Namaskar, good morning, good day to everybody. My friends around globe, this is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India. This is July. This is July 16, 2020. Life is moving or not moving. You know better than I know what I know. Life is drastic or happy, you know, than what I know. Life is life. We cannot say anything else other than this. Engineering management, life with engineering, and life without engineering. Is engineering part of life or engineering is a part of life? Everybody can understand that. Can we live without engineering in this age? We have to know that. Can we live without engineering? That's a point we have to understand and decide. If we can live that, fine. Suraj Singh. Project management, quality, etc., etc. And also my and this is what I am about. This is about engineering. Engineering, a little up. Management, system, challenge, or organization, or you can say human thinking, and last resort is bad thinking. In general, total, and quality, FIDIC. That's it is difficult to move on this actually. This is engineering, which is most important in these talks. This is actually talk engineering. Engineering in full, in absolute, not simply this engineering and that engineering. Engineering part of life. Management is part of engineering and part of life both. And this is changes and organization, challenges, and human thinking, and resort in general, concrete specifications, total systems, quality, structured, quality structure, soil engineering, reports, FIDIC, red, silver and yellow, white, etc. We stand here, causes. Since the stock is lengthy one, I want to be very specific. Some subjects. Today I am trying to avoid COVID talk because it's no much information is available on COVID. So I'm not talking that. But engineering management and management. Yesterday I talked at length. Again, engineering definition to deliver, simple. You can say deliver useful materials from natural available material. Deliver useful materials, objective materials, deliver objective materials from natural materials available. That is engineering. Got it? When I say engineering, deliver useful material. Again I am saying deliver useful material or useful material produce items based on natural materials. Don't count money, don't count something, just count natural materials. Take them, convert them to useful structures, and that is engineering. Useful material, that is engineering. Some people call different types of engineering different names. Yes, it is different names, but purpose is same. Purpose is same. This is used for humanity, used for world. Sometimes it's used for animals, camel farm, camel camp, kennel, and many residences for animals, zoo, industry, factory, infrastructure of cities, and cities from forests, villages from forests. Engineering, I don't know this word of engineering is genius or crazy, I can't say. It may be genius, actually it is genius. Crazy means to get that genius level you have to be crazy. No time, consideration, just do and do. Think, do, check, plan, all. Plan, do, check, act. That is management. If we are talking engineering, engineering is a top process without which nobody can survive in this world. When I start this talk, I start like this. For everybody to understand difference between what we are taught and what actually it is. Should we rely actually or really on thoughts given to us, or we have to generate our own thoughts? When we generate our own thoughts, we are called intellectuals, and you follow some of those thoughts. We are called students of that field. Means we learn there from someone, and if you originally do it your own by your own, it's called you are an exponent of that field. You expose something to some degree, you are called exponent of that. In engineering, I discuss, I have some small program here, I discuss about certain materials in sense of specifications of material, you can say. I talk that one. Then I take up to after this small brief on engineering, we take up this specifications, and then we take miscellaneous issues like soil, or like what happens in engineering field. And then we jump on to contracts. Contracts, which is very important, which is medium for producing something, because we cannot do in this world anything that doesn't have some meaning or some measurement. So measurement is also very responsible word in engineering. Just to know quantification of something, measurement is required. Measurement can be in whatever units and whatever dimensions. It can be in microns or it can be in kilometers. It can be whatever you know. Quantification is very wide field. Quantification or quantity engineering. Without knowing quantity engineering, we cannot know what we have done. Quantification of work done or quantification of assessment. We have to assess how much we have to do. How much we have to do, that is also very important. Because how much do we need and how much we have to do, that is economic. If we need something and we do more than that, much more than that, then value of that item reduces, and also natural resources are wasted. We should do only that is essential, that is required, not more than that. It's success, a great success if we can fetch, we can cater for requirement. That's a great success, because we are not going to spoil materials. We are not going to produce scrap, produce garbage out of that. So this is very important, that we have to measure quantities of what is actually going to work with us, we are going to produce. If we produce something without any plant, when you say quantify, means it is related to some plant. That's why you say quantify. If I need 10 items and I produce 100 items, these 90 items are redundant. We don't need them. So who will value them after all? We will value only 10. We will value 10 at cost of 100, so it will be very expensive. So in other words, you can say quantification is nothing but a part of budget. Budget of everything. Budget isn't the financial budget itself. Other budgets too. So engineering, you can say engineering is based on quantification. And also quantification of what? Quantification comes from information available according to design. What design says, what we plotted, we designed something. This is theory of design, and you finally reach some decision that we have to do like that. And based on that information, we can say we will work out quantity. So design comes there into play, and when design comes into play, this is a big achievement, big proposition also. We have to design, and design means we should know completely how certain item is going to work, how certain structure is going to work, how certain material is going to work, and their design plays a lot of role, because to achieve that function of that material, achieve that service of that structure, we have to design that way. So design is related to theory of that structure, or theory, or whatever procedures are to understand that, and that comes from application of mind, understanding of functions of that product that we expect. So engineering is, you can say, is not one subject. There are maybe more than 35 to 50 subjects in engineering that one must understand. Engineering is a combination of these subjects. Some subjects are basics like mathematics, physics, chemistry, which are not directly related to engineering, but without knowing those subjects, engineering cannot be understood, because those are related directly. This point we must understand very well. It's not pure sciences we have to understand, but sciences attached with our subjects are necessary to be understood. When we say specifications, specifications are based to sciences, technologies. We cannot simply specify something without knowing basics of that. We cannot say that because material is involved, use of material is involved, properties of metals are involved, and properties of metals can be understood only when we understand that material, how it functions, how it's available in nature, and how we can make use of that. We should understand that there is nothing permanent in this world. World keeps on changing every day. Nothing is permanent. We can't say today what is there, it shall be there after 100 years. We cannot say that. It is to change, change and change. So when we say change, change means engineering, and we say change, how to understand change, how to change, how to make use of change, and how to make use of something which we do not know, or how to know something that we have to know. Means both ways. You have to know something new, you have to expose something and use that something for good thing. So we can say that is called engineering challenge. We want to achieve something which we do not know at that moment we plan, but we apply all efforts. We try to understand what we are to achieve, and that it takes time. It takes a lot of time to understand what we are going to do. We have to decide, and then we achieve that challengeable items, and after achievement it becomes, in my can say, marvelous of engineering. And people understand this was a very difficult work. It was out of imagination. Even then it was created, and that creation is engineering. Establishment or creation is engineering. So engineering, if you consider this way, you don't measure it into degrees or diplomas. Engineering is something that you have to create on earth. If you create successfully on earth, it is engineering. Otherwise this is not engineering. You think no. If you sit no, nobody shall come and help you, believe me. Scientists work. They are not born engineers, what they are born. Yeah, they are born with mind, of course. They have mind, but that mind has to be trained by yourself or by some education. That's true. So when I say specifications of material, this is a lot to do with that. It's a part of management. In management of engineering or otherwise too, we need resources, you know very well. First resource is human resource, because human has to understand everything. Then others are supporting resources like materials and machines or equipment and technologies, all that. Technologies are generated by human being. So prime source is human resource, human being, trained human being in whatever calling or engineering activities we have. That human being must understand. That human being is reliable resource, because without human being we cannot move in engineering. Human, illiterate or literate, educated or trained or whatever, those humans are very important part of engineering. Humanity, because engineering is meant for humanity, its objective is serve humanity. It is direct or indirect, it serves humanity. Whatever development has been achieved throughout world is for humans. And whatever destructive elements have been achieved in world, that's also for human destruction, world destruction. Nuclear plants for making atom bomb, hydrogen bomb, other bombs cannot be said that they are development, these are for human destruction, while other positive development activities are for human development, for human support, human welfare. We have to understand these points very well. We have to be destructive or we have to be constructive. Remember, destruction is very easy. Construction is very difficult. Destruction can be done in one day or something, or in few hours. But construction takes a lot of time. Construction takes years and months. We can't understand. It's a very slow process. But remember, it works for years and centuries. And we follow that also. Today you are doing something, it doesn't mean tomorrow you have to finish that. That's something very important. Because today, to do construction for 1 year or 2 years for some project, 3 years or 4 years, it shall stay there for decades, many decades. So this 1 year or 2 year, 3 years, not big issue. Issue is how that structure performs for those period of 40, 50, 60 years. That's main point. And for that purpose, we just to know a little, join certain university to learn some portion of engineering, not all. So we have limited knowledge when we join our universities, limited in a sense, they have limitations of time and sources. Sources are not available to the universities, particularly sources in our field of civil engineering. We can't learn there everything. We don't have projects there. It's only building of university where you can go and learn. There are few workshops, there are few laboratories only, not everything. Some, yes, we can learn certain properties of material. We can learn some surveying work, we can learn some masonry work, or we can learn something, you can say, something and something like shops, electrical shops, mechanical shops, heat engines, etc., etc. More than that, there is a limit. We can't do that. Because university doesn't mean industry. University means a platform just to learn something, and that is measured in terms of your pass, and then they calibrate you as BTech or BE, ME or PhD, and not more than that. While practical engineering has nothing to do with these degrees. Practical engineering, productive engineering, delivery of engineering, that has nothing to do with this. These are only references lines, data lines. It just indicates how much expectation of yours. What do you expect of you to know? It's not, I'm just giving a reference of what does education means. Because in 4 to 5 or 6 or 7 years, one cannot be perfect. Education does not provide, but it provides you complete route, complete door, complete vistas, that you now are ready to move your car into this profession. Degrees are cars actually. You can use your car, BE car, ME car, PhD car onto field, and this car can take you where you want to go, provided you know how to use this car, how to drive this car. So this engineering car or certificate, is valuable to that extent, and when that extent is over and you fly into world of profession, yes, this car stays with you, but you get many other cars, many bigger size dynamic forceful cars, which is experience, virtual experience, practical and pragmatism experience that provides you solutions, provides you know how to find solutions, how to handle problems, how to do, because that's practical what to do, where your responsibility and accountability, not because of certain support of some educated professor or someone else. There's a difference in these two. And also it's important that experience-based learning is very important, because it's practical learning and you know what you have used in that, how to produce that item, that technologies and that material sources means of course there are standards and everything is there, but that's also limited, means you cannot all time find yourself. You cannot every time say this is standard, stop it doesn't comply with it. It doesn't happen. So engineering has 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions. One dimension, education of engineering, which is very much limited, because in few years you cannot understand every except theory of engineering, and theory of engineering requires further training on practice of engineering, and that practice is very important. If you have a chance and opportunity in life, that too, then otherwise you can't learn that. So you have to be then very limited, low resourceful person for purpose of engineering, and when you want to be resourceful, then you have to attain something by earning experience in field by doing that. I used to talk to you about materials, specifications. Engineering is one part of that, because without understanding engineers, you cannot understand specifications also. If you say you read this specification, you say what purpose of this specification, where I use this? That's the point I'm trying to tell you, field of engineering, and particularly field engineering, which means practical engineering, means doing something in reality based on designs, based on specifications, based on convention, based on industrial practices, based on codes, and based on best of quality. That is engineering. Engineering is not civil engineering alone. I'm talking multidisciplinary engineering, because these days discipline is specialized discipline has some meaning, but not. It doesn't solve problems in engineering. So rather than being single discipline engineer, one should be multidisciplinary engineer with interactive approach. Yes, you are a civil engineer. It doesn't mean you are a civil only. You are interdisciplinary engineer also, and that's the reason that you are taught some knowledge of, or taught some information books, or what's that I say. You are taught some subjects, very preliminary subjects, elementary subjects on electrical engineering and mechanical engineering, and also some other subjects of engineering which may not be directly linked to your field, but even then you should know. Our field, we are related to human resources, we are related to machines or equipment, we are related to technology, we are related to so many other fields, but these fields are very important to understand. If you are not a good human, you can't be a good engineer. If you don't understand what the problem of humans are, then nothing can move. And humans are not there, machines cannot work, and you cannot move further. Human means all classes of humans. All are required in engineering. Engineering is a socialized group. It's a group where everybody is required. It's not, you can say, elite group only. There are elite people, there are other people, all classes of people work in engineering, and that's the beauty of engineering, that it is secular type, it's social type, means when we work in engineering we don't define some religion or some, there's nothing to do with engineering. We just have only one religion there, and that religion is result. That religion is joint and collaborative work. That result is cooperation. That result is we have to deliver something best quality, and it doesn't matter who worked there, a human worked there. And we have this approach in mind. The civil engineers always think like that in field. They don't differentiate between religions or something like that. Names are different, but that's identifiable yet. As far as relations are concerned, working relations are concerned, nobody considers them. Maybe some fools are there everywhere in the world, we can't say about that. So engineering is something very important. So we have to understand definition in details of engineering. It's not simply what's defined, we have to understand what it is. We have to use natural materials to best of your capability and best of materials capability, and then in combination of various materials we produce something, and that's product of engineering, and those products are clubbed together to make final product. This point we should clearly understand, otherwise we cannot understand engineering at all. What is purpose of engineering? I told you the purpose of engineering. You have to produce something for human use, for virtual use. It's not something to be shown that we have done it. That time is over. Now various resources are limited, and economy, or when I say economy of these resources, must be understood. When I say economy, it doesn't mean financial economy I'm talking economy means economical use of these natural resources. Natural resources are immense. Immense means we actually don't know how much resources are available. Yes, there are estimates, there are something. That is just estimate. We cannot guarantee that. We can vouch for that quantity available or estimated quantity, whatever it is. Even economists don't have that information. So engineering is something very extraordinary profession. Do not compare to other professions, because this profession never ends, it always starts, it never ends. This is a profession there. You cannot say you depend only with your aim is only to make money. It's not that kind of profession. It's human service in totality. When you work in engineering, you think all the time what salary I am getting, what benefit, then you cannot work in engineering, because we know salaries are limited. If you compare to other professions, salaries are very limited in engineering. But if you live for salary, that's you to decide. Means if you live for salary, or you have to live for status. This point is very important. Status. What is status? Always fight goes on for status. In fact, engineers should not worry about status. That's my suggestion. Don't worry about status, because engineer itself is a status. Engineer itself is a status. It doesn't need anybody to tell you are an engineer when you are an engineer. Engineer is very vast term, very vast term. Because it can go to whatever extent you say, it can go to whatever extent. It involves so much with this. Even syllabus cannot speak that. Syllabus has to be there. Everything cannot be defined in writing. Yes, syllabus is there. That is also measured by, I said. Syllabus also counts how many hours this syllabus will cost. And if you say your one subject is supposed to be studied in 1 month, 1 month let us say, or 2 months maximum. So syllabus is designed accordingly. But that is only for purpose of studying and examination. But post-examination, post-results, or post-degrees, if you have no plan to study further, then you have to see how this works, how your salary in the beginning has this much only, what is the reason behind that. If you always keep in mind engineer status or engineer equivalence or money you are getting, then you can't do engineering. Again and again I say that. Engineering is a profession, means it's a religious profession. It's a religion for you, because in religion, other religions we pray, but here we are not praying, we are doing. We are doing service in name of God, and that God is our boss. That provides us every information, every material. So we should think that do not go beyond in politics. Your politics shall not help you. Your help shall come from knowledge. That knowledge is from various documents. So, as I was talking last time about file, and it was, was talking of materials. There was section 1 general of Qatar specifications. It was, and that was, I don't know actually where I was. Let me see where I was in that. I forget to quickly, that's my problem. How to improve it, I don't know. But no problem, we'll move further. It goes on like that, even if it's sometimes repeated, doesn't matter. So we were somewhere in the site facilities, contact site facilities, and then I think it should be advertising. I think we had gone through setting out, of course successfully we have gone through setting out. We also go to site information inspection, we have go through labels and reference grids, and we had gone through site grids and surveying, of course we had gone through, and we had gone through temporary works and equipment also we had gone through, then we had gone through temporary controls. We have gone through this, dust control, no control, we have gone through this, so we also leave this, and then we are now in traffic diversion. This we have done, traffic diversion, we did that. Then also, yes, project coordination, that's important point, let's stay here. This is part 17 of this project coordination, page 150. We have to stick here. Project coordination. And these people are talking again. I can't understand these people. They are used to talking for what? I don't know. what actually they want, I do not know. But just a call for some purpose, I do not know. Well, no problem, let them call. What to do with that? You can't change people. But coordination is very important to understand. So I'm talking here now, what I'm saying to you. I'm talking here. I'm talking a general here, general, I'm talking in general here. General is here. And that includes before something. Other one, I'm not able to sleep these days very well because my mind is confused with this COVID. Okay. Coordination. What does it mean in our language? In English or Samanvaikan, I think it's called Samanvaya, I'm not sure, but maybe to that extent I say coordination. Samanvaya. Here it is in this table we have project coordination. And that's project coordination means general is scope, responsibility. Then it is coordination, contractors' activities and subcontractors, other ministries, and liaison with public utility authorities and other contractors. It's very limited, however, let us say. Project coordination, it says scope is this part, specifies coordination activities for which contractor is responsible. One point I just tell in specifications, everywhere you will find that contractor is responsible. See beauty of this. This is the beauty of this world, that everywhere you will find contractor is responsible, even though decision is taken by. Contractor is responsible everywhere, even it's approved by others. This means position of contractor is very high, because you are responsible, accountable, liable, and everywhere. Though you are part on that contract, you are part of that document where engineer is also, employer is written, employer is not responsible, you are responsible everywhere. So with that, if you are in a contracting company, you should have pride that you are responsible. Absolute responsibility lies on you, even though work was of design was done by someone else. That designer is not responsible, that engineer is not responsible, you are responsible. You are number one in that case, in case of responsibility, you are number one. So this is very great, because you are working in field, you are working directly. That's a great point. So don't underestimate contracting profession. Then it is, this part specifies coordination activities for which contractor is responsible. And when contractor is responsible, you know what I mean to say. Related parts of sections are, one is part 18 in this itself, which is other contractors and regulatory requirements. These are given, but there are so many coordination. We'll see what is the responsibility. This 17.1 to how it defines responsibility in this. Contractor shall be responsible. A contractor shall be responsible for proper coordination of all activities associated with construction of works. Contractor shall be responsible for proper coordination of all activities associated with construction of works, including that required between engineer, utility owners, government departments, subcontractors, and other contractors, wherever there is, whatever activities is to be done, responsibilities is owned by contractor. So contractor, you can say, because contractor is working, is paid for that, contractor is paid for that, so it's that responsibility. Because you are working, you know everything about this, you are final answer, you are giving final product for which everything was done, so you are responsible, so it's good. Okay, now no major operations shall be completed, no major operations shall be commenced, no major operations shall be commenced with work outside usual working hours be carried out without consent detracting. If you want to do work, you have to work in working time, and if you want to do work in overtime, you have to take permission. This is rule. So no major operations shall be commenced or work outside usual working hours be carried out without consent in writing of engineer, or without full and complete notice also in writing being given to engineer sufficiently in advance of time of operation, so as to enable engineer to make such arrangements as engineer may deem necessary for its inspection. Coordination. Contractors' activities. Contractors shall undertake following coordination activities. It says coordinate construction activities under various sections of these specifications to assure efficient and orderly installation of each part of works. Good. It says coordinate construction activities under various sections of specifications to assure efficient and orderly installation of each part of works. So what they mean by that, when you coordinate, you are going to achieve you are going to achieve by these specifications and by whatever, efficient and orderly installation. This means is that coordination shall help you in efficient and orderly installation of each part of works. And orderly means in sequence, it should be valid, it should be per procedure, per industrial good practice, per mechanism. You have decided as contractor what to follow and what not to follow. Then means most important point here, coordination, is that every activity or sub-activity or related activity should be conducted, should be done in time, so as to do and deliver that product in time or ahead of time. It's better. If you can do in time even, it's much better or safer. Then it is B, coordinate construction operations included under various sections of specification that is dependent upon each other for proper installation, connection and operation. It says B, coordinate construction operations included under various sections of this specification that is dependent upon each other for proper installation, connection and operation. So it is very much clear. Means we have to coordinate operations, whichever are the given among the specifications, and these are dependent upon each other for proper installation, connection and results. And where available, I think yes, where installation is one part of work, and is dependent on installation of other components. So interactive installation is talking of either before or after its own installation. Contractor shall prepare schedules and construction activities in sequence required to obtain best results. So that's coordination again. to coordinate to doesn't matter from yours or someone else, because both have to coordinate with each other in that symmetrical children. After that, it says that where availability of space is limited, where availability of space is limited, coordinate installation of different components to assure maximum accessibility for required maintenance, service and repair. Alright, it says coordinate construction operation included under various sections of this. And where installation of one part of work is dependent on other part, you have to interactively do that. And where availability of space is limited, coordinate installation of different components to assure maximum accessibility for required maintenance, service and repair. Make adequate provisions to accommodate items scheduled for later installation. Make adequate provisions to accommodate items scheduled for later installation. And it says because you produce something based on your designs and based on your items execution, so you should be held responsible for mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Yes. It's very important here. We are talking. It's that where installation of one part of work is dependent on installation of other component. Either before or after, it's very important to coordinate there in a successful way, in a refined way, with personal intention, personal involvement of those people who are responsible. Where availability of space is limited, to coordinate installations of different components to assure maximum accessibility for required maintenance, service and repair. Make an adequate provision to accommodate items scheduled for later installation. And where necessary, prepare memorandum for distribution of each party involved, outlining special procedures required for coordination include such items as required notices, reports and attendance at meetings. Prepare similar memorandum for engineer, separate contractors and subcontractors where coordination of their work is required. Okay, prepare similar memorandum for engineers, separate contractors and subcontractors where coordination of their work is required. Take special care and precautions for specific coordination requirements for installation of plant and items of equipment. Coordinate Coordinate scheduling and timing of required administrative procedures with other contract construction activities to avoid conflicts and ensure orderly progress of work. Coordination is not simply in 4 lines or 5 lines, it cannot be done. Coordination is very high specialized field in engineering because it deals with all engineering, whatever government project, all disciplines, coordination engineers has to do. And you see such engineers have a very small amount while work is of bigger amount. It's your smartness how much coordination you can do. If you can't do, then you make mistakes and mistakes and mistakes. You can't pass blame on others because mistakes you are making. Coordination, it's like, say there are 5, 6, 7, 8 disciplines in engineering construction. You have to, as a coordinator of contractor, you have to make the, links with all those who are relevant. And even though not relevant, for some reason you have to also discuss with them. Each and every activity of that contract, whatever structures are there, all required to be coordinated self as well as with other contractors. Technical coordination, administrative coordination, or government related coordinations, all are required to be done. Coordination means they are simply others who are not coordinating personally. They are, Now, that was coordination. Let's go to subcontractors, right? Contractors is responsible for coordinating work of subcontractors in all respects. So that is, all the work of subcontractor you have to do in part of coordination. So that is added work for you. You have to take care of that. Then it's about other contractors. Contractors shall coordinate with his work as necessary with all other contractors in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 18 other contractors of this section. So a limit is not special. There's no line line to set limit, but it is going unlimited. And it says other ministries when involved, government is involved means contractor shall coordinate his work as necessary with other ministries in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 19 regulatory requirements of this section. Regulatory requirement is very important here. The legal requirement in 17.5 is relation with public authority, utility authorities and other contractors. Let's say what to say. What does it say? Means that alright, then license with public utility authorities and other contractors. We'll discuss with this one. I'm feeling little much humid here. 80% humidity. Let it go. How to handle this? I am using 3 pens, so I'm not getting that. Awesome. Weather. Put off that outside fan, ceiling fan. Maybe it's not helping. So coordination is very smart subject. Everybody cannot handle that. Only those people who have concentrations and who can move point to point, who can understand contract and can understand procedures, I think would be best suited for this. Or this means who don't feel bored with documents. So that is that license, the contract is coordinated, working necessary with other ministries in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 19 and regulatory requirements of this section. Then liaison with public utility authorities and other contractors. So contractor list number 117.5 is clause here in section here in this specification, and this is contractor shall liaise with all public utility authorities for water, electricity, telephones, etc. and whatever is linked to that. Provide public utility authorities with storage areas where applicable. This is called public utility authorities. If these authorities require that you have to provide a storage area, you have to do that. Assist in unloading of stores and equipment, and ensure that all services or diversions of services are installed under carriageway and footways before they are surfaced. Work out an overall program for whatever works to be carried out by public utility authorities and ensure that this program is maintained. Keep public utility authorities informed of contractors' own progress and arrange for supply of services for all affected permanent and temporary accommodation, buildings, shops, training areas, etc., even if it is not clearly mentioned in project documentation for duration for contract. Give appropriate public utility authority adequate notice in writing that it intends to install dry ducts so that representative of utility concerned may attend installation and record locations of ducts together with concrete. Then give appropriate public utility authority adequate notice in writing that intends to install dry ducts so that a representative of utility concern may attend installation and record location of duct together with contractors. Contractors shall make due allowance for carrying out works whilst public utility authorities are working on site during contract period. This due allowance shall include program of works to suit program of public utility authorities. Contractor shall make due allowance for carrying out works while public utility authorities are working on site during contract period. This due allowance shall include programming of works to suit programs of public utility authority. Contractor shall at all times be responsible for compliance with these requirements of subcontracts. Then you can say contractor shall at all times be responsible for safety and service. After this, let's say, contractor shall at all times be responsible for compliance with these requirements of subcontractors. Before final surfacing of carriageways or footways takes place, contractor shall be responsible for ascertaining from all public utility authorities that their required underground works have been completed. In event that contractor failing to carry out obligation to the suspension of engineer and completed surfacing is subsequently disturbed, engineer may instruct contractor to carry out work at his own expenses. Alright, so this is about coordination, very small now. We'll go other contractors, and this is coordination discussed at later stage of our own. This coordination is very limited is given here. There are so much coordination on your own way, your own job, technical coordination. This was actually less than coordination. We talk of technical coordination, which is much more than this. And there is disciplinary coordination, interdisciplinary coordination. And we need certain plan which is combined for all services on site, and as you can say, maybe in hundreds, activities in hundreds, and it will be difficult to just purpose is to understand, make you understand what you have to do. Now we are going to do other contractors and their scope, after that unhindered access, and then like that as usual. Part specifies requirements for access to site for other contractors, for cooperation and coordination with other contractors, and for provisions of facilities with other contractors. Access for other contractors. Access for other contractors, and that is titled here. Unhindered access. Contractors shall allow other contractors unhindered access to all parts of works. When in opinion of engineer these parts are sufficiently completed. And then cooperation and coordination with other contractors. Cooperation and coordination. Cooperation at site level. So what it says that contractors shall coordinate operations and activities of other contractors where necessary in order to avoid conflicts and ensure orderly progress of works. Contractors shall carry out works in manner that causes minimum amount of interference to other contractors working on site. Contractor shall coordinate his operations with activities to the level. Contractor shall coordinate his operations with activities of other contractors where necessary in order to avoid conflicts and ensure orderly progress of works. Those works associated with existing or future services installations shall only be carried out by contractor or subcontractor approved by public utility authority concerned. Then you can say, engineer shall require proof of each approval in writing prior to commencement of work. Facilities for other contractors, and that is, if specified in contract, contractor shall provide facilities for contractors. Facilities for the contractors specified in contract. Contractors shall provide site facilities for other contractors. Now we will go to regulatory requirements. Part 19, regulatory requirements. In brief, we will discuss this. Regulatory requirements. reasons, I've been very disturbed for months together because of thinking about unknown, just thinking how life is going to change in this scenario. Wait. It says scope, references, notices, general, notice of intent, miscellaneous, work required to be carried out by department, regulations of road opening, provisions of persons with disabilities, and scope is thermal comfort, thermal insulation, acoustical control, waste management, construction and demolition waste, bulk waste collection, waste storage, waste collection, recyclable waste management facilities, building facade, external cladding material, certification and approval, material properties, and that is external facade cleaning and maintaining for high-rise buildings, general, then maintenance manual, access of cleaning and maintenance, cleaning, inspections and provisions of ablution facilities in public buildings. So these are actually, we have to read one by one and see what these say. Regulatory requirement in general is 1911. This part specifies requirements for coordination, cooperation and liaison with following utility and infrastructure owners. ASHGAL, ASHGHAL is name of the body, and that is called Infrastructure Affairs. ASHGAL is also for Building Affairs. ASHGAL is also for Assets Affairs. This is their terms, Arabic terms, Qatar terms. And Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation, which is Karama, and Qatar Telecom, that is provider, service provider, and Qatar Petrochemical, that's called Qatar QP, and QRail as well. Now, this part also specifies requirements for coordination, cooperation, and liaison with following authorities and departments. And authorities having municipal jurisdiction, Ministry of Energy Industry, New Industrial Area, RLIC, MIC, etc. And Civil Aviation Authority, Ministry of Awqaf and Islamic Affairs, and you can say Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Interior, Civil Defense Department, Traffic Police, Department of Immigration, Security Systems Department, etc., and Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Urban Planning, MFUP, and Private Engineering Office. Then it is 3, above shall collectively be known as department in this part. Now related section and parts are as follows. Part 16 is traffic diversion, 17 is project coordination, and section 7 is green construction, section 11 is health and safety, section 15 is insulation of buildings, and section 25 is glass and glazing. Where requirements conflict with any other requirements, where such requirements conflict some of the requirements of authorities or departments and state of Qatar, most stringent requirements would prevail. Now 1912 references. Reference is 912. Al-Wakra City Zoning Plan and Regulations Report 2008, Ministry of Municipal and Urban Planning, State of Qatar, Civil Defense Regulations, Fire Prevention Department, General Administration of Civil Rights and Exceptions of Alright, now it says Civil Defense Regulations, Fire Prevention Department, General Administration of Civil Defense, Ministry of Interior, State of Qatar. Here are Code of Barriers, Code on Barrier-Free Accessibility in Buildings, Code on Barrier-Free Accessibility in Buildings, 2002, and that is where one, and Building and Construction Authority, Singapore. And conditions and descriptions of expedients, workers and residences, resolutions of Ministry of Civil Services and Housing Affairs number 17 of 2005, State of Qatar. Then Ministry of NFPA as 101 Life Safety Code, NFPA 101 Life Safety Code, and Housing Code 2012 edition, and National Fire Protective Association USA, Planning and Building Regulations for Flats and Flat Complexes, 1994, Planning Department, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and then after that, Planning and Building Regulations of Flats and Flat Complexes, 1994, Planning Department, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agriculture, State of Qatar, Planning and Building Requirements, Regulations for Villas and Villa Complexes, 1995, as Planning Department, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agricultural, State of Qatar. And Qatar Highway Design Manual, 1997, Revision 0, Civil Engineering Department, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agriculture, State of Qatar, and Qatar Survey Manual, UPDA Center for GIS. After that, Qatar Traffic Manual Volume 1, Qatar Traffic Manual Volume 2, Universal Design Guidelines 2006, Building and Construction Authorities in the world. Now we start notices. Notices. That is 19.2 notices. Nineteen to 1, that is general, in which it says all notices required to be given by contractor to department shall be in writing and delivered by hand. Contractor shall furnish engineer with a copy of all notices issued by contractor. 19.2 notice of intent. Notice of intent. Very important notice, notice of intent. Contractor shall give at least 7 days notice to department of date upon which it intends to operate plant or equipment or carry out work for which permission has been given in writing by department. Such operations or work shall only be carried out in presence of a representative of department unless written confirmation shall have been obtained that this is unnecessary. Alright, now go ahead. Miscellaneous. Work required to be carried out by department. If department requires work to be carried out on installations during execution of work, contractor shall provide all facilities to department's contractor or workman. Contractor shall coordinate work of department and its own activities, and when necessary shall amend his program to suit requirements of departments, and shall keep engineer informed of all in arrangements made. Regulations of road opening. For works including road openings, contractor shall comply with all relevant provisions of following parts of this section as well. So then it says regulations of road opening. For works including road openings, contractor shall comply with all relevant provisions following part of this section authorization of engineering. So that is traffic diversion and final inspection and handover. This is for works including road openings, contractor shall comply with all relevant provisions of following parts of this section or direction of engineer, and that's traffic diversion, final inspection and handover, and then the provisions for persons with disabilities. That's very important factor. For disabilities has to be respected well. That's what it can say. I can say before taking water, let me take some water to quench my thirst in this humid environment. I think it's Arab, not Delhi. It's Arab. Humidity in morning time is 85. I don't know why I'm taking so much water. It's good or bad. I can't be bad, however. So, provisions for persons with disability. This now aim of this provision is to set out fundamental design and construction requirements and guidelines for making those buildings specified in Table 1 and accessible to persons with disabilities. Table 1 here, accessibility for persons with disability. This is just for information. It's available in every code of world. There's three columns. One is serial number, one is type of building, and other is accessibility areas. Now in residential buildings, it says 3-story and below, 4-story and below. In 3-story and below, all communal areas and facilities at ground floor. In 4-story and above, all communal areas and facilities. Then office building, this is number 2, office buildings. All areas intended for access by employees and public, as office buildings. Then shop houses, that's number 3, ground floor for non-residential use shall be accessible to employees or public. For shopping complexes and multi-purpose complexes, all areas intended for access by employees or public. Similarly, hotels and boarding houses, all areas intended for access by employer and public. Then religious buildings and mosques, all areas intended for access by worshippers or public. Then you can say hotels and religious buildings, and mosques. This is all areas intended for access by worshippers of public. Then religious buildings and mosques, then places of public resort, all areas intended for access by employees and public, and similar religious buildings and mosques, all areas intended for access by worshippers to employees. After that, cinemas, theaters, concert halls, stadium or other public, the places of public resorts where permanent seating arrangement is provided, and it's all areas intended for access by employees or public, schools, colleges, university or institutions of learning, all areas intended for access by employees of public, hostels, hall of residences and dormitories, so all areas intended for access by staff and students, staffs of public, and sports complexes and public swimming pools, all areas intended for public access, restaurants and eating establishments, all areas intended for access by employees of public markets and hawker or food centers, and all areas intended for public access, hospitals, clinics, dispensaries, nursing homes, homes for uh, aged and welfare homes. Then you can say factories, I can say, let me complete this, markets and hawkers of food centers. This is all areas intended for public, and hospitals, clinics, dispensaries, you know, nursing homes, homes for aged and times age. uh, So factories, workshops and industrial buildings for storage and above all areas intended for access by employers, public, and transport stations, interchanges, passengers terminals and administrative buildings and depots. All areas intended for access by employees or public. Vehicles parks, surfing, instances. Yes, not for CRT changes. Then transport station, as we discussed, and then vehicle parks, is parking of vehicle parking buildings in prescribed areas. Now, owner is recommended to follow and adopt suitable and relevant international banner free across banner free access Owner is recommended to follow and adopt suitable and relevant international barrier-free access guidelines which would allow persons with disabilities to enter, move around, and live and establish without hindrances. Now, it is thermal owners is recommended to follow and adopt suitable and relevant international barrier-free access guidelines which shall allow persons with disabilities to enter, move around and live an establishment without hindrances. Universal design is a continuous process of innovation targeted at improving usability for everyone. It's also known that universal design is design of products and environment to be usable by all people to greatest extent possible without need for adaptation or specialized design. Then we go through very important point is that again I say universal design is a continuous process of innovation targeted at improving usability for everyone. It's also known that universal design is design of products and environment that is stop in the age. So what to do if it's highly recommended that honor adopts universal design until authority and UP approve references. I'm of the Ministry of Urban Planning, that is urban planning, that is UP, and M stands for metropolitan maybe. Thermal comfort, MMUP, I can see that full form. Thermal comfort, heating, ventilation and air conditioning system must be capable of providing following range of conditions for 95% over whole year. That is thermal comfort. Dry bulb temperature, lower limit is 22.5 dry bulb degrees Celsius and upper limit is 25.5 dry bulb. Then relative humidity, lower limit is 30% minimum and maximum upper limit is 60%. For occupant comfort, normal occupied spaces should have a terminal air velocity between 2.2 to 0.3 meters per second. So we see now we move further on this thermal conductivity. For occupation comfort, normal occupied spaces should have a terminal velocity that is 0.2 to 0.3 meter per second. First thermal insulation, LC, beside, and it is thermal insulation, there is also space. Yes, maybe this will not be for environment. It should be sent clear, it should be drawn clearly. Well, thermal inclusion as specified in section 15, and acoustical control that's specified in section 5, then waste management, that's construction and demolition waste, that Bill 1981. Construction and demolition waste, it's very important part from hygiene point of view, hazard point of view, safety point of view. Let us read this. For all new buildings, unless or until specified, otherwise at least 50% by volume or weight of waste material generated during construction and or demolition of building must be diverted from disposal in landfills. Diverted materials must be recycled or reused. This should be done through one or more of following three paths. Concrete and asphalt waste must be diverted to construction waste treatment plant. Excavated soil land cleaning, debris and hazardous waste must be you know diverted to places designed by concerned Department of MMUP. Other recyclable materials such as boards, plastics and metals can be used at site or diverted to a recycling facility. Following materials are exempt from calculation of you know percentage of waste diverted from disposal at landfill facilities. Excavated soil and land clearing debris and hazardous waste. In 1982, bulk waste collection for all new residential apartments, all these residential apartment buildings, an area must be provided for residents to place item of bulky waste such as furniture, electrical appliances and sanitary ware. This area provided must cover a space of approximately 10 square meters. Area does not have to be designated solely for purpose of bulky waste collection, namely set site to building and comply with safety and fire requirement. Then waste storage. One minute please, let me just start waste storage for all new villas and apartments, single family units. Domestic kitchen must be provided with a minimum storage facility of 10 liter waste receptacles clearly labeled for recyclable or and also now waste collection, let us see. These are very boring, but what to do? It's a study. You have to go slow and understand. A new building, all new buildings which require chute for general waste in accordance with Qatar MMUP regulations, one of following must be provided. What's that? A second chute must be provided to handle recyclable material and discharge into a separate receptacle within waste management areas, or garbage room on each floor must have a minimum floor area of 2 square meters where recyclable waste can be stored until collected daily by building operators. Now it says waste must be transported through designated medium chute service elevator into waste management area. It says garbage room on each floor must have a minimum floor area of 2 square meter where recyclable waste can be stored until collected daily by building operator. Waste must be transported through designated medium chute service elevator etc. into waste management area. Now, sorry, dirty subject. All new buildings which do not require chute for general waste in accordance with Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Urban Planning regulations. It's a garbage room on each floor must have a minimum floor area of 3 square meter. That's 3 square. So sometimes, very, what I can say, all new buildings which do not require chute or general waste in accordance with Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Urban Planning regulations, garbage room on each floor must have a minimum floor area of 3 square meters where non-recyclable and recoverable recyclable waste can be stored until come on now. Where non-recyclable and recyclable waste can be stored until collected daily by building operators. Waste must be transported in a service left discharge into designated replacement. Recyclable waste management facilities. For all new buildings other than villas, a sorting and storage facility for recyclable materials must be provided. This facility must be easily accessible and comply with requirements of location, access and specifications of general waste areas in accordance with Qatar municipality building regulations. Sorting and storage facility may be part of general waste management as is a part of regulations. Sorting and storage facility may be part of general waste management facility. Uh, Recycle waste vessel recyclable waste management facilities. So let's read this. For all new buildings other than villas, is some sorting and storage facility for recyclable materials must be provided. Facility must be easily accessible and comply with requirements of location, access and specifications of general waste areas in accordance with Qatar municipality building regulations. Sorting and storage facility may be part of general waste management facility or a separate facility. So, for all the buildings other than villas, a sorting and storage facility for recyclable materials must be provided. This facility must be easily accessible and comply with requirements of location, access and specifications of general waste areas in accordance with Qatar municipality building regulations. Sorting and storage facility may be part of general waste management facility. Says facility must be easily accessible and comply with requirements of location, access and specifications of general waste areas in accordance with Qatar municipal building regulations. Sorting and storage facility may be part of general waste management facility or separate activity. Recycled waste facility incorporated into general waste collection. Size of room must be increased by 10% and not less than 5 meters square to allow additional room to sort and store for recyclable waste. Recycled waste facility separated from general waste collection. Recycled waste facility must be sized as a percentage from total built up area, that's BUA, built up area of building in accordance with table 2. Where team built up, where total built up, let's say where total built up area of building falls below figures outlined in table 2. Linear interpolation must be used to determine an appropriate percentage area for recyclable storage space. Now this is table 2, sizing requirements for storage of recyclables. This is built up area and minimum space for storage of recyclables. Number 1 is less than 500 square meter area is built up area. This is minimum space for storage of recyclables should be 7.5 meters square. So it's not even 1%, it is less than that. More than 1.5% only. Then it is 500 square meter, means it's on increasing 500 less than that. Now it's 500 square meters, so it is 1.5% of BUH built up area. Then 1000 meters square is 0.8% of BUA, and then 5,000 square meter, that is 0.85. Alright, so 1000 meters square is 0.8% of BH. B 1000 meters square means 0.8%, and that is 80. 0.8%, 1% is 1 square meter. So this 1000 meters square, this means 10 square meter. This means here it's 10. So it's 0.8, so 8 square meter. In 5000 meters square it is 0.35% of BHV, so it's lesser than that, and 10,000 meters square or greater is a 0.25% of BUA. So it is given from 500 square, less than 500 square meter to or greater than 10,000 meters square. So it starts with 7.5%, goes up to 1%, and like that moves on and on and on. Building facade with the facade external cladding material. Building facade for certification, this is 17. Let's see building facade, external cladding material, which is very important from this point of view, certification and approval. External cladding material must be tested by approved third-party test laboratory. Manufacturer shall have entitled shall have certified ISO 9000 compliant QMS. It is compliant. Very interesting. First time I've seen it, this ISO 9000 compliant, otherwise all right certified nonsense. This is right. An intelligent person this is. External cladding materials that are combustible must be submitted to Qatar Civil Defense for review and approval. Submissions shall include copies of relevant test reports and depth and details on proposed fixings. Let's say this facade then. Again I am reading this, it's an important one. We should understand this architectural item. Actually not architectural, finishing item, a reported item. This is also fire rated item, so we must understand very well. I'm just going through this and then I think I'll stop this and we'll go to FIDIC. Certification and approval, as I said, external cladding material must be tested by an approved third-party test laboratory. Manufacturer shall have certified ISO 9000 compliant, compliant QMS, and external cladding material that are combustible must be submitted to Qatar Civil Defense for review and approvals, and submission shall include copies of relevant test reports, fixing details on proposed fixings used to secure materials to building. On approval, a Qatar Civil Defense certificate for external cladding materials shall be issued to submitting parties. So we will review it again. External cladding materials that are combustible must be submitted to Qatar Civil Defense Department for review and approval. Submissions shall include copies of relevant test reports and details on proposed fixings used to secure material to building. On approval, a Qatar Civil Defense certificate for external cladding material shall be issued to submitting party. 19.9 and 2 material properties. External cladding material, that's called ECM, fixed to buildings shall be non-combustible and be composed of environmentally friendly materials and substances. External cladding material not complying with 19.8.2.1 above must have following fire propagation and flame spread properties, which are: A, when tested in accordance with BS 476 part 6, fire propagation index no greater than 4, any subindex must not be greater than 2, and when tested in accordance with BS 476 part 7, flame spread after 10 minutes must be less than 25 mm. Mm. Alternative test methods and standards such as ASVSI and ISO may be used to verify compliance in test reports, provided methods of testing is demonstrated to be equivalent and verifies an equal or better fire performance results to those nominated in 1982 to above. Details of ECM approval and listings, its method of fixing and extent of usage shall be included in proposed building plans fire safety submission for compliance verification. 1910 external facade cleaning and maintenance for high-rise buildings. So we are going through technicalities of this, which are important is that we have to test index fire propagation index not greater than 4 and sub index 2 not greater than 2, and tested means accordance with 476. 10 minutes fire spread, flame spread should be less than 25 mm. Now cleaning. External facade cleaning and maintenance for high-rise buildings. So general, any building measuring 28 meters or above 28 meters, 8 stories you can say 8 or 7 stories. Buildings measuring 28 meters or above in height is classified as a high-rise building according to Qatar Civil Defense Department. So 28 meters and above is high-rise. This section is intended to provide a framework for cleaning and maintenance of facade for high-rise buildings. Facade will require both cleaning and maintenance to achieve its anticipated life and desired purpose. Failure to undertake this work can considerably reduce life of materials. Components and finishes. Provision of correct documentation and instruction at completion of construction shall permit building owner to gain best achievable performance from facade. Let me read it also. This journal is always important to the channel because information lies in that journal. So that's always important. Building measuring 28 meters or above in height is classified as high-rise building for Qatar Civil Defense Department. This section is intended to provide a framework for cleaning and maintenance of facade for high-rise building. Facade shall require both cleaning and maintenance to achieve its anticipated life and desired purpose. Failure to undertake this work failure let's say to undertake this work can considerably reduce life of materials. Components and finishes. provision of provision of correct documentation, provision of correct documentation and instruction at completion of construction shall permit building owner to gain best achievable performance from FIDIC 1910 maintenance manual. Maintenance manual. Good morning, Mr. Raju. Thank you very much for joining here. Good morning, yeah. A maintenance manual should be produced for completed works. Completed works. You have to maintain them, so then maintain document how to maintain them. Number and specific requirements for manual should be specified at tender stage. Manual should be developed in parallel with design and should include but not be limited to following information: name, address and telephone number of each firm. Name, address and telephone number of each firm and or subcontractor involved in supply of materials, components, assemblies and finishes. A clear and concise description of construction used to form various areas of FIDIC on particular project. Copies of material, component and finishes, certification and test reports as required by specifier. A method statement showing means of access to all parts of wall and safe loading. A method statement covering procedures for replacement of damaged or otherwise of defective materials or components, and materials and components that have a design life less than design of FIDIC, and will therefore require replacement during life of FIDIC. Recommendations for routine maintenance, cleaning, suitable cleaning agents and whatever lubrication, adjustment to working parts. A full set of construction drawings updated to include any changes made up to time of completion, terms and conditions of guarantee. So let me read again, it's for good because it is an interesting one. A maintenance manual should be produced for completed works. Number and specific requirements for manual should be specified at tender stage. Manual should be developed in parallel with design and should include but not be limited to following information: A. Name, address and telephone number of each firm and or subcontractor involved in supply of materials, components, assemblies and finishes. B. A clear and concise description of construction used to form various areas of FIDIC on particular projects. C. Copies of material, components and finishes, certificates and test reports as required by specialists. D. A method statement showing means of access to all parts of wall and safe loadings. E. A method statement covering procedures for replacement of damaged or otherwise defective materials or components and materials and components that have a design life less than design of FIDIC and shall therefore require replacement during life of FIDIC. And F. Recommendations for routine maintenance, cleaning, suitable cleaning agent and lubrication, adjustments to working parts, and G, a full set of construction drawings updated to include whatever changes made up to time of completion, and H, terms and conditions of whatever guarantees. 19.10.3 Access to cleaning and maintenance. Building owner specifier should provide a means of access which enables all parts of facade to be safely reached for purpose of cleaning, inspection and maintenance. Intended method of access should be established at design stage, and relevant loads centered for particular care should be made to define all possible imposed loads, including impact loads and uplift forces on projections by snaggings. Access system should comply with appropriate British standards BS 6037, BS 5974. Specifiers should also make themselves aware of any statutory obligations related to occupation, their health and safety at work. Access system should not be capable of imparting forces upon cladding system exceeding those agreed at design stage. It's important that various parties agree design parameters early in design process. Access equipment should be maintained, examined periodically by a competent person and certified in accordance with statutory regulations. Cleaning 19.10.4. Let me say access once again. Access of cleaning and maintenance. Building owner / specifier should provide a means of access which enables all parts of facade to be safely reached for purpose of cleaning, inspection, and maintenance. Intended method of access should be established at design stage, and relevant loads scattered for particular care should be made to define all possible imposed loads, including impacts, loads, and uplift forces on projections by snaggings. Access system should comply with appropriate British standards in BS 6037, BS 5974. Specifiers should also make themselves aware of whatever statutory obligations related to occupational health, safety, and work. And access system should not be capable of imparting forces upon cladding system exceeding those agreed at design stage. Important that various parts agree the design parameters early in design process. Access equipment should be maintained, examined periodically cleaning by a competent person and certified in accordance with statutory regulations. Then cleaning 19.10 cleaning. Supplier of facade should provide instruction for proper cleaning and routine maintenance of facade. Cleaning of facade should be undertaken by trained personnel working to an agreed procedure based upon facade contractors' recommendations at a frequency not less than recommended intervals. Inspections. Facade should be inspected at regular intervals to an agreed method. Facade contractor in consultation with project team should suggest methods and procedures to be utilized. Purpose of this inspection includes but is not necessarily limited to following: to review effectiveness of cleaning methods employed, to monitor performance of materials and components of facade system against their anticipated life, inspecting for damages or failure of whatever part of system, checking on effectiveness of maintenance of or remedial works. Then it is recommended that a detailed inspection plan is drawn up at time of construction in consultation between design and construction teams. Inspection plans. The inspection plans should include procedures and recording methods to enable a systematic monitor of condition of curtain wall and assist in prediction of need for preventing maintenance or replacement of component parts. Inspection should be carried out by suitably experienced persons to specific procedures detailed in inspection plan. Results of these inspections should be compared to previous inspections where approvals were appropriate. Building owners should ensure these results are available for reference. 1911 Provision of ablution facility in public buildings. Public buildings for purpose of provisions of ablution facilities are considered to be offices, shopping centers, malls and hypermarkets. Occupants load population for each building type shall be calculated per guidelines of Nepal. So provision of ablution facilities in public buildings, let's say it's going on increasing. I'm trying to do this, going on increasing. The public buildings as per the provisions of ablution facilities are considered to be offices, shopping centers, malls and hypermarkets. Occupation load population for each building type shall be calculated per guidelines of Qatar Civil Defense Department. Separate ablution facilities are to provide for men and women close to prayer area, and then number of ablution stalls shall be calculated per table 3 below. Table 3 is provisions of ablution facility. There are 3 columns: facility type, occupation population, occupants population, number of ablutions, and it's the office buildings. Occupation population up to 50 must be 2, for 51 and above 01 for each additional 50. So up to 52, and then for every 50 add 1. Then shopping mall up to 202, and for 201 to above and above 01 for each additional 200. Shopping center hypermarket up to 200, 02, 200 to 2000 people, 01 for each additional 400, and for additionally 400, and there were for additional 200. So there's a difference, and then you can say for 2001 and above for each additional 1000 add 1. So this is end of this part. Next part is clearance of site. Clearance of site, and this is clearance of site. General is scope. This part specifies requirements for final clearance of site. Final clearing. General final clearing shall be done before final inspection, and all waste material shall be removed from site and disposed of properly. Internal and external surfaces. Contractor shall clean all internal and external surfaces exposed to view. Contractor shall undertake following to satisfaction of engineer: A. Removes temporary level, stains and foreign substances. B. Polish, transparent and glossy surfaces. And C. Clean roofs, gutters, downspouts and drainage systems. D. Remove debris and surface dust from limited access spaces. E. Broom, clean concrete floors and unoccupied spaces. And F. Clean light fixtures and lamps so they operate at maximum efficiency. H is other cleaning tasks as specified by engineer. Site clear. Contractor shall clean site and shall undertake following to satisfaction of engineer: A. Sweep paved area and rake all other surfaces. B. Remove litter and foreign substances. C. Remove stains, chemical spills and other foreign deposits. D. Any other cleaning task as specified by engineer. And 2. Contractor shall abide by latest regulation of Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agriculture and relevant municipalities in clearance of construction works refuse. This is clearance of site. 3. Clearance and transportation of construction works refuse. A. Contractor shall undertake to carry out following within a maximum period of 30 days after completion of active building or project and preparing it for use or stoppage of work for an indefinite period. 1. Removal of entire contractor's equipment, machinery and other belongings from work site. 2. Clearance of all clearance of all debris and refuse whatsoever and transporting them to location designated by concerned municipality. Delivering buildings or project absolutely clean and free of whatever such materials, and delivery of surrounding area leveled to natural level of street pavement. And in case of contractor delay or refusal to carry out such a job, that shall have to pay a penal compensation as defined in contract for delay of each day or part of day. This compensation shall be final and judiciary shall not be entitled to litigate it, and it does not require establishing occurrence of any damage to honor. And C. In addition, honor shall be entitled to clear refuse himself and transported to location designated by concerned municipality. Honor shall deduct cost of refuse clearance, transport and whatever other related costs, including office expenses and overhead cost from payment of or money due to contractor. He may also stop final payment due to contractor until such refuse has been cleared and a certificate confirming this has been obtained from concerned municipality. And miscellaneous, that is, contractor shall clean or replace all mechanical filters and equipment included in works and for equipment directly affected by construction of works. So this I'll take up FIDIC now. Already 6:19, so not much time. Yes, we can say. Let's go to FIDIC. Now I'm jumping on to FIDIC Silver. It's important one. A little of light, because a little of light. There is no light now. Power is gone, and no wind also. It's hot again. Let me see if I can do, or I cannot do, I don't know, because of no air here. Let us see where it can do. तंग रखा है लोगों ने, मानते नहीं यार, पूछ लो क्यों भेजते हैं मैसेज, क्या करें मैसेज का, खाएं मैसेज को. क्या करें मैसेज का यार. So this is FIDIC. This is FIDIC. Just FIDIC here, right? Okay. So it's FIDIC now. Take care of this, and you see how it works. FIDIC here. Let us see if we can reverse on this page. But this page it was, I don't know where it was. Let's go and see how it works. So we'll go directly to this page down. Let's see. ये नहीं मानेंगे, ऐसे कुछ हो जाएगा, दिमाग खराब है. Progress report, I think it was 419 temporary utilities. Protection of environment, temporary utilities, and it was, I think, counters equipment, transport of goods. Okay. I think I was in progress report. We'll talk of that counters equipment and products of environment, temporary utilities and progress reports. Progress reports. Progress report. This is 420. I'm talking progress report. Progress report. Let me have 1 minute at least some relief from here. Light back. So show a little relief on this and start that question that please. Okay, we'll start. Now we are talking of progress report. That's 420. Now, monthly progress reports in format stated by employer requirements. Now, is that how to do that? Monthly progress reports in format stated in employer's requirements. Well, we are saying monthly. It depends on how many days progress report you submit. Sometimes it could be weekly, it could be fortnightly, depending on progress of work. So let us assume as a formula of monthly progress reports in formal stated in employer's requirements, and if not stated in a format acceptable to employer, shall be prepared by contractor and submitted to employer, and each progress report shall be submitted in one paper, original, one electronic copy, and additional papers copies if whatever as stated in contract data. First report shall cover period up to end of first month following commencement date. Reports shall be submitted monthly, thereafter with 7 days after last day of month to which it relates. Reporting shall continue until date of completion of works, or if outstanding work is listed in taking over certificate, date on which such outstanding work is completed, unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements. Each progress report shall include. Now this is about progress report. Well, I will go further. Before this we have studied temporary utilities, and before that protection of environment, and then contracts equipment also we studied in this, and transport of goods and access routes. It's all in 4, section 4 article, you can say clause 4. Avoidance of interference. We have gone through this. We will review them later. Let us go now for this progress report. It's a very important document, and it says what we have to do. It is number A. It's given A. It's A is chart. Now what we give here, unless otherwise stated in employees' requirements, each progress report shall include A. Charts, diagrams, and detailed descriptions of progress. Chart, diagrams, and detailed descriptions of progress, including each stage of design, contractors' documents, procurement, manufacture, delivery to site, construction, erection, testing, commissioning, and trial operations. Okay, now let's go. I think I should not put a light. That doesn't matter. Let us see the light. It's dim anyway. There's no sunlight today. No problem. I think I should put a light again. Probably it's better if I put light again. I can't see air. Let me put light again. It's difficult to view my face also. Very bad weather. Very bad weather. Okay, let us see now. Charts, diagrams and detailed description of progress including each stage of design, contractors' documents, procurement, manufacture, delivery to site, construction, erection, testing, commissioning and trial operation. They are given one. All these you have to give charts, diagrams and detailed description of progress including each stage of design, contractors' documents, procurement, manufacture, delivery to site, construction, erection, testing, commissioning and trial operations. B. Photographs and or video recordings showing status of manufacture and of progress on and off site. For manufacturer of each main item of plant and materials, name of manufacturer, manufacturer location, percentage progress and actual or expected date of A1 commencement of manufacture, 2 contractors inspection, 3 tests and 4 shipment and arrival at site. D. Details described in subclause 6.1 of 10 contractors records. E. Copies of quality management documents, inspections, reports, tests, results and compliance verification documents including certificates of materials. A list of variations and whatever notices given by either party under subclause 20.2.1 notice of claim, health and safety statistics including details of any hazardous incidents and activities relating to environment aspects and public relations, and H. Comparisons of actual and planned progress with details of whatever events or circumstances which may adversely affect completion of works in accordance with program and time for completion and measures being or to be adopted to overcome delays. However, nothing stated in any progress report shall constitute a notice under subclause of these conditions. So this is actually not a systematic way given, but we have to chart out also. It's the best one. Discuss which best ways to submit this is the sequence submission. It's even like a chart and this charts. The chart should be in systematic way. You can also be charts, diagrams. You can pile up all this, you see. Charts, diagrams and detailed descriptions of progress. Now progress, okay, chart should be supported. The progress should be supported by chart and that's fine. There should be detailed description of progress and including each stage of design, design part should be one, then there should be documentation part of that, and there should be procurement part and manufacturer part and site work part, all that. There should be different chapters actually. Well, they have given in comprehensive form, one paragraph doesn't fulfill actual requirement, then it says chart diagrams, is just like repeating that. It requires charts, diagrams, and detailed descriptions of progress, including each stage of design, contractors' documents, procurement, manufacture, and delivery. Procurement, how can a procurement say? It should be procurement order actually. Manufacture, delivery to site, construction, erection, testing, commissioning. It's completely not. It's not possible this way. We have to chart out every item professionally, and we have to work out percentages as well. So we have to expand this progress paragraph in a professional way. Then photographs and video recordings, this must be supported to those items, and video recording is showing the status of manufacture and progress and all that. So this is part of video, separate chapter, and be for manufacture of each main item of plant and materials, and name of manufacturer, manufacturer location, percentage. So this is another submission. This is material submittal and status, you can say. So there will be many statuses. All materials means design status. Then you can say mechanical status or machine status. Then you can say procurement and all that, and then items on site, procurement, all other items. Means every that's a material and metal submittal, and material submittal status, and material procurement delivery status is called material procurement and delivery status, we call it. It should be in that way. So you can say so commencement date of manufacture. So that's okay, contractors inspection and test and all that. It should be there. So this is a long document, details, description of surplus, contracts records, and then copies of quality management documents and inspection reports, test results, and compliance verification documentation, including certificates of materials, list of variations and notices given by the party under subclass 2221, and health and safety statistics. There's health attestation certificates, such as the documents again, including details of hazardous incidents and activities relating to environment inspection, comparison of actual and planned progress with details of any events or circumstances which may adversely affect completion of work. So we have to see, we have to make many chapters, at least 8 or 10 chapters in this, depending upon the period. We have to submit reports not only for work but for also safety, for quality, and also planning and achievements, and delays, why delays, and then abstract of progress, each progress and abstract of progress, and then we have to consider what are information is required, and what else, and what we think, how there is a delay, how we are going to recover a delay, and all those things. There may be 8 to 10 chapters in this report. So it's a big document for progress report. It must be done by some experienced person. There's the information requirement from 4 or 5 persons here. The department has been formed with some submission information for backup. So this may take even 1 week for a total report, or maybe more, even 1 week more, because you have to do video and all that. We have to coordination is very much necessary in this type of combining report, and that's important. You can see not easy. I want to say is coordination required. You have to talk to all, you have to collect information at personal level, and then you can comply this. You can submit this personally, because it's a big document that cannot go. So you have then to meet with those people who are responsible for your report before meeting, because if you receive all this in meetings, it will take 3 days for meeting. So a real progress report, the evaluation, working out percentages, that can be conducted separately, and a meeting will be referred to. That's the best approach, and then whatever questions asked are conducted there to be responded properly. That's what progress report is. So it's a big document. That's why I took separate meetings. I didn't like this when I was construction. I took myself for it. We devised our formats ourselves. We didn't depend upon their format and just say total percentage. It clearly used to say we are behind and we are ahead of schedule, and this is schedule. So a lot of technical documents what's required in such kind of reports. They have to take it seriously, not casually. That's the main point of that. So it's in security of site. It depends on experience, how they will just not, even FIDIC cannot take your period what's required. It's just giving guidelines, you can do this, that, I think they have not done it. Had they done this, they would not have written like this. Maybe they are only information collector, compiling and this, they did not delineate out this such. They should detail out that. So that a comprehensive document, but it's not that, sorry. Then security of site means contractor shall be responsible for security of site, and that is A, for keeping unauthorized persons off site, and B, authorized persons to be limited to contractors' personnel, employees' personnel, and whatever other personnel identified as authorized personnel, including employers, other contractors on site by a notice from employer to contractor. 422. Contractors' operations on site. Contractor shall confine contractors' operation to site and to any additional areas which may be obtained by contractor and acknowledgement by employer as work areas. FIDIC 2007, and this is informing. This is silver. Yes. Contract shall confine contracts operations on site. Contract shall confine to contracts operations to site and to whatever additional areas that may be obtained by contractor and acknowledged by employer as working areas. Contractor shall take all necessary precautions to keep contractors' equipment and contractors' personnel within site and these additional areas, and to keep them off adjacent land. At times, contractors shall keep site free from all unnecessary obstructions and properly store or remove from site whatever contractors' equipment and or surplus materials. Contractor shall promptly clear away and remove from site and any wreckage, whatever wreckage, rubbish, hazardous waste, and temporary works which are no longer required. Contractor shall promptly clear away and remove from site whatever wreckage, rubbish, hazardous waste and temporary works which are no longer required. Promptly after issue of taking over certificate, contractor shall clear away and remove from that part of site and works to which taking away certificate refers all contractors' equipment, surplus material, wreckage, rubbish, hazardous waste and temporary works. Contractor shall leave that part of site and works in a clean and safe condition. However, contractor may retain at locations on site agreed with employer during D&P defects notification period such goods as are required for contractor to fulfill obligations under contract. 423 archaeological and geological findings. Something different, something different. Maybe you say, I found 500 kilogram gold, or 5 tons of gold on site. Will you be happy? No, you should not be happy. This is not your property. This is property of government or state. All fossils, what say? All fossils, F-O-S-S-I-L-S, fossils. You know what are fossils? All fossils, coins, and articles of value or antiquity, and structures and other remains. So all fossils, coins, articles of value or antiquity, and structures and other remains or items of geological or archaeological interest found on site shall be placed under care and authority of employer. Contractor shall take all reasonable precautions to prevent contractor personnel or other personnel or persons from removing or damaging either of these findings. Contractor shall, as soon as practicable, after discovering of any such findings, give a notice to engineer in good time to give employer opportunity to promptly inspect and investigate finding before it is disturbed. This notice shall describe finding, and employer shall issue instructions for dealing with it. If contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost from complying with employer's instructions, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims of repayment and EOT and or payment of such cost. Design. General, the 651 general design is now obligations. Contractor shall be deemed to have scrutinized prior to base date employer's requirements, including design criteria and calculations, if whatsoever. Contractor shall carry out and be responsible for design of works and for accuracy of such employer's requirements, including design criteria and calculations, except as stated in subclause below. Design shall be prepared by designers who A. are engineers or other professionals qualified, experienced and competent in description of design for which they are responsible. Engineers, other professionals. And then B. comply with criteria if whatever stated in employer's requirements and are qualified and entitled under applicable laws to design works. Employer shall not be responsible for whatever error, inaccuracy or omission of whatever kind in employer's requirements as originally included in contract, and shall not be deemed to have given whatever representation of accuracy or completeness of whatever data or information, except as stated in subclauses below. Any data, subclauses below. Whatever data or information received by contractor from employer or otherwise shall not relieve contractor from contractor's responsibility for execution of works. However, employer shall be responsible for correctness of following portions of employer's requirements and of following data and information provided by on behalf of employer. A. Portions, data and information which are stated in contract as being immutable are responsibility of employer. B. Definitions of intended purpose of works or either parts thereof. C. Criteria for testing and performance of completed works. And D. Portions, data and information which cannot be verified by contractor except as otherwise stated in contract. 5.2. Contractor's documents. Contractor documents shall comprise documents, that is specified in employer's requirement whatsoever is specified in employer's requirement and required to satisfy all permits, permissions, licenses and other regulatory approvals which are contractor's responsibility under subclause 112 compliance with laws and C. Described in subclause 5.6 as-built drawings, as-built records and or subclause 5.7 operation and maintenance manuals where applicable. These are contractor's documents. 5.2.1 Preparation by contractor. Unless otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractor documents shall be written in language of communication defined in subclause 1.4 law and language. Contractor shall prepare all contractor's documents and whatever other documents necessary to complete and implement design during execution of works and to instruct contractors personnel. Review by employer, that is 5.2.2. Why this chair is dancing today? What's the problem here? I don't know. Hold on, please. What's the problem here? I found some problem with this chair. It's loose. Yeah, it's okay now. I think so. Yeah, it was just standing because it was stirring too much. Still stirring too much. Yeah, preparation by contractors. Unless otherwise, 5.2.1 is preparation by contractors. Unless otherwise stated in employer's requirement, contractors' documents shall be written in language or communication, language for communications defined in subclass 1.4 laws and language. Contractors shall prepare all contractors' documents and all other documents, whatever other documents necessary to complete and implement design during execution of works and to instruct contractors personnel. 5.2.2 Review by employer. Subclass 5.2.2 Review by employer. Review period means period not exceeding 21 days or as otherwise stated in employer's requirements, calculated from date on which employer receives a contractor's document and a contractor's notice. Contractor document excludes any of contractor's documents which is not specified in employer's requirements. Contractor document means contractor's document excludes whatever the contractor's document which is not specified in employer's requirements or these conditions as being required to be submitted for review, but includes all documents on which specified contractor's document relies for completeness. Contractor's notice means notice which shall state that relevant contractor's document is considered by contractor to be ready for review under subclause 522 and for use, and that it complies with employer's requirements and these conditions or extent to which it does not do. Contractor's notice means notice which shall state that relevant contractor's document is considered by contractor to be ready for review under subclause 522 and for use, and that it complies with employer's requirements and these conditions or extent to which it does not do so. If employer's requirements or these conditions specify that a contract's document is to be submitted to employer for review, it shall be submitted accordingly together with a contractor's notice. Employer shall within review period give a notice to contractor of no objection, which may include comments concerning minor matters which will not substantially affect works, or B, that contractor's document fails to extent stated to comply with employer's requirements and or contract reasons. If employer gives no notice within review period, employer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection to contractor's document, provided that all other contractor's documents on which that contractor document relies have been given or are deemed to have been given notice of no objection. If employer instructs that further contracts documents are reasonably required to demonstrate that contract's design complies with contract shall prepare and submit them promptly to employer at contractor's cost. If employer gives a notice under subparagraph B above, contractor shall 1. Revise contractor's document, submit it to employer for review in accordance with this subclause 522, and review period shall be calculated from date that employer receives it, and 3. Not be entitled to EOT for whatever delay caused by any such revision and resubmission and or by subsequent review by employer. If employer incurs additional cost as a result of such submission, resubmission and subsequent review, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and EOT to payment by contractor of cost reasonably incurred. If employer incurs additional cost As a result of such resubmission and subsequent review, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and royalty to payment by contractors of costs reasonably incurred. This is something different. 523 construction. 523 construction. Something very different here. 523 construction. Except for contractors' documents, under subclause 656 as billed records, except for contracts document under subclause 56 as billed records, and subclause 57, operation and maintenance manuals for each part of works requiring contractors' documents to be submitted for review. A. Construction of such part shall not commence until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by an employer for all contractors' documents which are relevant to its design and execution. B. Construction of such part shall be in accordance with these contractors' documents. And C. Contractor may modify design, or contractors' documents which have previously been submitted for review by giving a notice to employer with reasons. If contractor has commenced construction of part of works to which such design or contractor's document are relevant, work of this part shall be suspended. Provisions of subclause 522, review by employer, shall apply as if employer had given a notice in respect of contractor's document under subparagraph B of subclause 522. Work on this part shall not resume until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by employer for revised documents. 5.3 Contractors undertaking. Contractors undertaking. Why the chair is causing problem to me? I don't understand this. कॉन्ट्रैक्टर गेट लॉस यार, मैं तंग आ गया इनको घड़ी के मैसेज से। मैसेज बंद नहीं करते हैं क्या? नहीं यार, पागल हो गए लोग क्या? इन बाद मैसेज भेज जा रहे हैं यार, काम नहीं करने दे रहे हैं। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स अंडरटेकिंग 5.3 Contractors undertakes that design, contracts documents, execution of works and completed works will be in accordance with laws of country. Laws of country. And documents forming contract as altered or modified by variations. This is undertaking that contract undertakes that design, contractor's documents, execution of works and completed works shall be done in accordance with law of country. Document forming contract as altered or modified by variations. 5.4 Technical Standards and Regulations. Contractors documents execution of works and completed works, including defects remedied by contractor, shall comply with country's technical standards, building, construction and environmental laws, laws applicable to product being produced from works, and other standards specified in employer's requirements applicable to works are defined by applicable laws. All these technical or other standards and laws shall, in respect of works and each section, be those in force when works or section are taken over under clause 10, employers taking over. References in contract to published standards shall be understood to be references to addition applicable on base date, unless stated otherwise. If changed or new applicable standards come into force in country after base date, contractor shall promptly give a notice to employer, and if appropriate or requested by employer, submit for proposal for compliance. To extent that employer considers that compliance is required and such compliance requires changes to execution of works, and contractors' proposals for compliance constitute a variation, then employers shall initiate a variation in accordance with clause 13, variations and adjustments. Let's read this again. References in contract to published standards shall be understood to be references to addition applicable to base date, unless stated otherwise. If changed or new applicable standards come into force in country after base date, contractor shall promptly give a notice to employer, and if appropriate or requested by employer, submit proposals for compliance. To extent that a employer considers that compliance is required and such compliance requires changes to execution of works, and B, contractor's proposal for compliance constitute a variation, then employer shall initiate a variation in accordance with clause 13, variation and adjustments. After that, 5.5 Training. If no training is employed, no training of employees of employer and other identified personnel by contractor is specified in employer's requirements, this clause shall not apply. Contractor shall carry out training of employees of employer and other personnel identified in employer's requirements in operation and maintenance of works and certain other aspect of works, every other aspect of works, to extent specified in employer's requirements. If employer's requirements specify training which is to be carried out before taking over, work shall not be considered to be completed for purposes of taking over under subclause 10.1, taking over works and sections until this training has been completed in accordance with employer's requirements. Timing of training shall be as stated in employer's requirements. If not stated as acceptable to employer, contractor shall provide qualified and experienced training staff, training facilities, and all training materials as necessary and all as stated in, in employer's requirements. As-built records. 5.6 As-built records. As-built records. If no as-built records to be prepared by contractor are specified in employer's requirements, this clause shall not apply. Contractor shall prepare and keep up to date a complete set of as-built records of execution of works, showing exact as-built locations, sizes, and details of work duly executed by contractor, format referencing system of electronic storage, and other relevant details of as-built records shall be as stated in employer's requirements. If not stated as acceptable to employer, these records shall be kept on site and be used exclusively for purposes of this subclause. Contractor shall submit to employer under subclause 522 review by employer. As-built records for works or section as case may be before commencement of tests on completion, and B. Updated as-built records to extent that work is executed by contractors during or after tests on completion, before issue of taking over or under, during and after tests on completion, before issue of any taking over certificate under sub clause 10.1 taking over works and sections. After taking over under subsection is taking over works or section, before issue of performance certificate. Number of copies of as-built records to be submitted by contractors under this subclause shall be as required under subclause 1.8 care and supply of documents. Operation and maintenance manuals 5.7. Operation and maintenance manual 5.7. If no operation and maintenance manuals to be prepared by contractor and are specified in employer's requirements, this supply shall not apply. Contractor shall prepare and keep up to date a complete set of operation and maintenance manuals for works O&M manuals in these conditions. Format and other relevant details of O&M manuals shall be as stated in employer's requirements, and in whatever case these manuals shall A. be in sufficient details for employer to operate, maintain and adjust works to ensure that performance of work section and or plant as case may be continues to comply with performance criteria specified in employer's requirements and schedule of performance guarantees to operate, maintain, dismantle, reassemble, adjust and repair plant, and B. Include an inventory of spare parts required for employer's future operation and maintenance of plant. After that, says that employers' requirements and schedules of performance guarantees and to operate, maintain, dismantle, reassemble, adjust and repair plant, and B. Include an inventory of spare parts required by employers' future operation and maintenance of plant. Before commencement of tests on completion, contractors shall submit provisional O&M manuals for works or section as case may be to employer under subclause 522 review by employer. If during tests on completion whatever error or defects is found, if during tests on completion whatever error or defect is found in provisional O&M manuals, contractor shall promptly rectify error or defect at contractor's risk and cost. Before issue of whatever taking over certificate under subclause 10.1, taking over works and sections, final O&M manuals shall be submitted to employer under subclause 522, reviewed by employer. Design error 5.8. Design error. Design error. Top of this. If errors, omissions, ambiguities, inconsistencies, inadequacies, or other defects are found in contractor's design and or Contractors' documents, they and works shall be corrected. They and works shall be corrected in accordance with subclause 7.5, defects and rejection. If such contractors' documents were previously subject of a notice of no objection given or deemed to be given by employer under subclause 522, review by employer provisions of subclause 522 shall apply as if employer had given a notice in respect of contractor's documents under subparagraph B of subclause 522. All corrections and resubmissions under subclause shall be at contractor's risks and cost. This is design. Then there is staff and labor. So what we have gone through so far, let us say a review of this. Well, staff and labor is 6.1, we have to understand that point. Staff and labor. This may be a long one, let us see 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 12 points are there, so we can go through this, that's not a big deal. Staff and labor on EPC. And just a minute, if I go back, I'll find something just for refreshing, I should say, before we could start this. Something previously should be cleared out. I was saying that there was a code 420. There was 419 clause before 428 clause regarding temporary utilities, in which we studied contractor shall accept as stated. Contractor shall accept as stated below, be responsible for provisions of all temporary utilities, including electricity, gas, telecommunications, water, and other services. Contractor may require for execution of works, and that's following provisions of subclauses shall only apply if, as stated in employer's requirements, employer is to provide utilities for contractor's use. Contract shall be entitled to use for purposes of works utilities on site for which details and prices are given in employer's requirements. So it's different, let's say, let me read it again. Contractor shall accept as stated below the responsible provision of all temporary utilities, including electricity, gas, telecommunication, water, and whatever other services contractor may require for execution of works. Following provisions of subclause shall only apply if, as stated in employer's requirements, the employer is to provide utilities for contractor's use. Contractor shall be entitled to use for purposes of works utilities on site for which details and prices are given in employer's requirements. Contractor shall at contractor's cost, risk and cost, contractor shall at contractor's risk and cost provide whatever apparatus necessary for contractor's use of these services and for measuring quantities consumed. Apparatus provide for measuring quantities consumed and shall be subject to employer's consent. Quantities consumed, whatever during each period of payment stated in contract data, if not stated, each month shall shall be shall be measured by contractor and amount to be paid by contractor for such quantities at prices stated in employer's requirements shall be included in relevant statement. And similarly, clause 418, which is protection of the environment, contractors shall take all necessary measures to A. Protect environment both on and off site, B. Comply with environmental impact statement for works, and C. Limit damage and nuisance to people and property resulting from pollution, noise, and other results of contractors' operation and activities. And contractor shall ensure that emissions, surface discharges, effluent, and whatever other pollutants from contractor activities shall exceed neither value indicated in employer's requirements nor those prescribed by applicable laws. And if you go further back, that is contracts equipment, just for refreshing, I am telling what we studied last time. That is, contractors shall be responsible for all contractors' equipment when brought onto site. Contractors' equipment shall be deemed to be exclusively intended for execution of works. Contractor shall not remove from site whatever major items of contractor's equipment without employer's consent. However, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractor's personal off-sites. In addition to whatever notice given under subclause 416, transport of goods, contractor shall give notice to employer of date on which contractors and contractors' equipment, it is about that to know. Contractors shall be responsible for all contractors' equipment when brought to site. Contractors' equipment shall be deemed to be exclusively intended for execution of works. Contractors shall not remove from site whatever major items of contractors' equipment without employer's consent. However, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractors' personal off-site. In addition to whatever notice given under subsection clause 416, transport of goods, contractors shall give shall give notice to employer of date on which whatever major item of contractor's equipment has been delivered to site. This notice shall be given within 7 days of that delivery date. Shall identify whether an item of contractor's equipment is owned by contractor or subcontractor or another person, and if rented or leased, shall identify rental or leasing eventually. And then there was transport of goods. So we just refresh that. Take this transfer of goods services, that before that shall be access route. So transfer of goods, let us say Contractor shall give a notice to employer not less than 21 days before date on which whatever plant or a major item of goods, other goods as specified in employer's requirement shall be delivered to site. Shall be delivered to site. Be responsible for packing, loading, transporting, receiving, unloading, storing and protecting all goods and other items required for works. Be responsible for customs, clearance, permits, fees and charges related to import, transport and handling of all goods, including all obligations necessary for their delivery off-site. Indemnify and hold employers harmless against and from all damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from import, transport and handling of all goods, and shall negotiate and pay all third party claims arising from their import, transport and handling. And then it was access route. Contractor shall be deemed to have been satisfied at base date as to suitability and availability of access routes to site. Contractor shall take all necessary measures to prevent each road or bridge from being damaged by contractor's traffic or by contractor's personnel. These measures shall include proper use of appropriate vehicles conforming to legal load and with limits if applicable, and whatever other restrictions and rules. Except as otherwise stated in these conditions, contractor shall, as between parties, be responsible for repair of whatever damage caused to and whatever maintenance which may be required for contractor's use of access routes. Contractor shall provide all necessary signs or directions along access routes and obtain all permissions or permits which may be required from relevant authorities for contractor's use of routes, signs and directions. Employer shall not be responsible for other third-party claims which may arise from contractor's use or otherwise of any access routes. Employer doesn't guarantee suitability of availability of particular access routes, and all costs due to non-suitability or non-availability for use required by contractor of access routes shall be borne by contractor. To the extent that non-availability of an access route arises as a result of changes to that access route by employer or a third party after base date, and as a result of contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT and or payment of such costs. What we have done, we have gone through these points, and we started actually at 420, that was this time, that was progress report. This progress report we had gone through 5, that's 5, that is, I can say designs, and in designs we have gone through certain obligations, contractors documents and We have gone through contracts undertaking and technical standards and regulations, training, as-built records, operation and maintenance manuals, design errors. Then we had to study staff and labor. That's our class 6 in this. Now before moving further, we have to be very clear about what we are actually studying and we're talking, and it's very appropriate at this stage to understand what actually we are talking. We are talking here for EPC, that is, FIDIC, FIDIC silver, which is EPC. It's in addition to we already talked about that was construction only. Only difference is that was construction, and this is FIDIC, which means, as I said before, FIDIC, that is for your information, I'm telling you again that it is that it's not manageable anyway. Yes, it's this FIDIC. This is FIDIC here. We're talking about this now, FIDIC. We are on 2017, red we already talked, and we are talking now silver. Then we have to talk yellow later on, so now we are talking about this 2006 silver, and we have talked reports, we'll talk later on. Red plus silver. You must understand what you are talking actually. We have studied red before, which stops design in that contract, and in silver it includes engineering as well. That's what difference is about. We say that our EPC when I say, you know it very well, I'm just repeating this. When you say EPC, this is called engineering, procurement and construction, which means you have to do all parts of contract yourself, from initiation of design to completion of operation and maintenance of maintenance period, or you can say that comes under responsibility of EPC, engineering, procurement and construction, and this is generally done for turnkey projects. The red book which we studied before, that was only for designs given by engineer or employer through engineer. Those designs contractor had to follow, and contractor had no risk of that. Means just get drawings, completed drawings, and just to apply those works, apply those details on site. Here we have to design ourselves, designs according to requirements of project, or they call it employer's requirement. Yes, project is employer's requirements, we have to do that. And this must be given somewhere in feet, that's called FED, not mentioned here, but that must be usually used as FEED, which is front end engineering design. It's a philosophy given in FED, and even if required, this philosophy might have to be constructed or designed by the contractor itself, but generally it's given by some other people. And even indicative soil reports, soil investigation reports are included as a part of documents for purpose of guidance only and not for purpose of application of those reports or follow-up of those reports. A soil investigation report of soil. This might have been done a couple of years back, nobody knows. So if it was a couple of years back, this got no value at all in that case. That point you must understand very well. What we are talking, EPC is a very high responsible contract because you have to take into consideration budget based on your design. There can be another party whose design. There may be 3 or 4 or 5 contractors, bidders in that, their design. So designs are also varying. Means maybe your design is expensive, other party's design is not expensive. Or your design is better, other party's design is not better. This means your technical submission must be very strong. Technical presentation and commercial presentation. Technical presentation is always considered very strong if you have. What shall you do? How will you do this job? That's called technical submission and technical presentation. It's very powerful if it is EPC because you must know what you are going to design, how you are going to do that. If not complete details, you must have at least, outline of design. What's the philosophy of that design to satisfy or to meet what field requires or what project philosophy requires, what the functions require. That is to be submitted in technical level. So you have to make a technical submission that covers a complete design. In its totality, it is not details of design, I'm saying philosophy of design. And you must either talk of soil investigation and you must rely on provided investigation report, or you must know about that area because you can't immediately work on soil investigation without bid is awarded to you. In that case, that is very important item, that is soil investigation of such a big area where you might need maybe hundreds of boreholes or many bearing plate tests and many tests. It's not possible to do all that during the bidding period. So that can make complete change to your scheme. So EPC contract is completely different, completely professional. Though Red Book is also professional, but that is semi-professional because design is given by employer, not by contractor. Here contract is also designing and that design is getting approved by employer. So it's a double game because you are designing yourself. These machines, if required, in plants also shall be designed by you, and process of those facilities also to be care of. If it's not available, means you have to take complete plant function yourself. So you have to design mechanical part, you have to design electrical part, you have to design supporting parts, and you have to design civil part, you have to design every part of that project. So that is much bigger responsibility than what we expect from Red Book. So this EPC, yes, to buildings it's okay, it's not that responsibility. There are no machines in building except pumping units or chiller units or AC units or fire controls, or you can say foundation controls, investigations. But in this one, it's spread all over site, means maybe kilometers by kilometers. There it's a big question mark, it's a big job. The variation of soil investigations will be, all boreholes can't be same, and maybe there will be hundreds of boreholes and all 10 may be different variety. So you cannot simply say, that means it's easy to say that we'll do the work expensive. Once that expensive, nobody will do that. Therefore, I can simply say that EPC is very big responsibility, and this contract should not be taken as a fun. This is a responsibility job, and only responsibility professionals should do this, not everyone. One who has experience is more important than also qualification alone without experience. As much experience you have in field, on contracts, on technicalities, on actions, on procedures, on understanding project, on understanding technology, and on understanding soil, on understanding everything, and coordination, all that is, and handling complete overall project. That person only must be made responsible for this type of work scope, because it's not only design, it's not simply design that you have to look after. Design in line to return of money and complete profit are very important points. And if you can't do that, then EPC shall be a failure, because costly machines or equipment are involved, vibratory equipment and stationary equipment. You can say big machines are involved and small machines are involved. Big buildings are involved and small buildings are involved. Blast buildings are involved and non-blast buildings are involved. Means too much, landscape is involved. Hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of pipelines are involved. All pipelines type means different type, ductile iron pipe, HDP pipe, MDP pipe, and you can say many more types of pipelines are involved. So GRP also involved, you see, GRP in such buildings. So these are very expensive projects, expensive budget, and we cannot take them for granted that some learners should be there, but not in commanding position. In commanding position should be professionals, and there should be design and site interaction. That's very important, because sitting just in office, you cannot design something, and machine details are not available in beginning itself because of various reasons. We just take indicatively in beginning, this would be machine we assume, or from past record we assume. But when we get details of machines, then it's too much heavy or too light. You might have to amend your designs at that time. Though it doesn't take much time, it's a question of that. You have to cope up with that. It's very important, coping up with, because no one can decide this machine is going to part. Machines, equipments are very expensive, and everybody wants cheaper with better efficiency. Every procurement guy wants that, and you shall also, because you are going to buy those machines. So you must get international standards with minimum cost. So it would take some time, and not only time, it shall be a kind of long lead item, because you have to take into consideration long lead of that. You cannot spend time unlimited on that, so you have to decide also, and that makes effect on your EPC cost. EPC engineering procurement, if your selection is not accepted, means that can cause a problem. So you have to go this way or that way and then move further. Don't go exclusive politics or exclusive public. If you can afford, you can find. That's very important point here. I'd like to close this now, because it's already 4 hours and this is over. So I would say thank you very much. We'll talk on this next time, and talk staff, and that which we did not, staff and workers, as in this story. We'll take up that part next time, and I hope today I did not talk about covered in this. I talked directly about management of engineering and small portion of miscellaneous, and then took a lot of time in general that is about general contracts and this FIDIC. These are descriptive ones. I will also like to start soil mechanics report after some days, few days probably, because that's very important one, soil mechanics. So with this, I like to close this talk now, because it's already more than 4 hours and it's difficult for those viewers to sit down so long. Maybe you watch, if you are interested in patches, half an hour, 1 hour. You can't watch in 4 hours, I know that, but from my end it's difficult to pause. It's not even possible to pause it, and therefore we have to continue. This is a pause system. I could wait for 1 hour after come and do it. It's impossible. So I would say thank you very much once again, and we stop it here. And thanks, I stop this streaming, and that's all. And thank you. And I go there for this one and this video. Thank you very much.